ご安心を。私たちなら勝てます。
まだ行ったことのない場所がたくさんあるの。
私と一緒に来い。
雨だれ石をもうがつ。
収集のつかない仕事じゃないといいが。 もし荒滝派が何か問題を起こしたら、あいつらを引っ張ってでも謝りに行くよ。面倒事があれば私に直接言うといい。解決してやる。もし荒滝派が何か問題を起こしたら、あいつらを引っ張ってでも謝りに行くよ。面倒事があれば私に直接言うといい。解決してやる。資格認定試験には決まった判定基準がある。だから真面目な姿勢で勉学に励み、修練さえ積めば合格できるんだ。そう難しいことじゃない。もし荒滝派が何か問題を起こしたら、あいつらを引っ張ってでも謝りに行くよ。 かり立ってな。
痛くしちゃうかも。何があったんだ？なんで急にこんな騒ぎになってんだよ。なあ、お前たち、どうしたんだ？
説明してる暇なんてない。じゃあな。
どいつもこいつもオイラたちに構ってる暇がないみたいだぞ。なんなんだ？
やっと見つけた。こっちに来い。はあ、よかった。
クスト？ラベリウム？何があったのか知ってるのか？
そう。
まずいんじゃないか？まさかあれが…
おい、どこに行くつもりだ？
公爵に用事があるんだ。お前たちは先に行っててくれ。オイラたちのことは心配しなくていいぞ。
おい、気をつけろよ。
皆さん、直ちに避難してください。外へ避難を。外へ避難を。まずは上に向かってください。最上層に到達したら外に出てここを離れてください。
やっ、
案の定だな。
そう言ったはずだ。
何が…
いいところに来た。だがすぐにここを離れてくれ。
ここは長くない。水中防衛ラインが時期決壊するとヌビレットさんに伝えてくれ。
あの方が到着するまで私たちが最後の取り手だ。ここのゲートどれくらい持つと思う？
そりゃ俺らの頑張り次第だ。
旅人、今すぐ歌劇場に向かってほしい。もうじきフリーナがそこで召使いに会う。どうかフリーナを守ってくれ。くれぐれも彼女を召使いと長く二人きりにさせてはいけない。ああ、必ず。
美しい結末に導くのがなかなか難しそうだな。
お二人が旅人さんとパイモンさんでしょうか？ヌビレット様から話は聞いております。こちらへどうぞ。ヌビレット様からすでにお聞きになっていると思う。
ほう、フリーナ殿がおっしゃっていた気品は君たち二人だったのか。
もちろん二人はこの場に不可欠。
お会いできて光栄だ、旅人。ご高名を兼ねてから。
君たちの席はもう用意してあるよ。さあ、僕の隣にかけるといい。
私とフリーナ殿の習慣についてきっと二人はまだ知らないだろう。実はつい最近約束をしたん。ほら、これはフリーナ殿が大変気に入っているケーキだ。毎日限定で16個しか販売されず、タイミングを逃せばすぐに売り切れてしまう。
旅人、ケーキはどうだった？
そうか。なら私も安心した。やはり講師の言う通りのようだ。君の好みは私とフリーナ殿と大して変わらない。最近彼はどう過ごしているのか。 ここにいる皆も知っているだろう。講師が失踪したということをね。全く心配で仕方がない。彼が泳ぎに長けているとおや、私の同僚はよそでも通用するくらいの腕前なんだが、まさかああいった人物を相手にするとは思わなかっただろう。そうだろうな。
そこはもっと喜ぶところなんじゃないか。
もちろん喜ばしいことで。おや、だってその手がかり。メロピデ要塞は水中に位置している。正門から堂々と出ない限りほう、それはいいことだ。つい先日そうだ、教えてほしい。彼が普段どんな風に変身しているのか。
手紙というのはある程度の型があるものだ。内容さえ正しければどんなあれ
これもきっとあるし。予言が次の段階。
ご苦労。あとは私に任せるといい。
本当にお一人で？
問題ない。
へえ、この状況に対処できるってことはやはりもしくは責任感が強いだけってこともありえるか。
一理ある。
予言の日はいつか訪れるかもしれない。だが今ではない。一種族さえ容易に滅ぼせる太古の力。果てなき災厄は憤怒の発散に等しい。こたびの審判はあまりに壮大ゆえ、採決に参加できそうにない。
どうやら中の問題は解決したようだ。
つまり俺らもしばらくは大丈夫ってことだな。
ああ、しばらくは。
今回の賭けは俺の勝ちってわけだ。
確かにあなたの言った通りだ。
賭けをしたの？
あんたが一人で来るか大勢を引き連れてくるかな。
立場上そうあるべきだと思った。
あんたもそろそろ機密せ。
それで賭けに負けた者は何を渡すのだ？茶葉か？
公爵の執務室に茶葉などいくらでもあります。法典を送った方が有意義なはずです。
なんだ、俺の法意識が低いと皮肉ってるわけじゃないよな。
公爵はメロピデ要塞を法の及ばない場所として扱ってはいなかったと思うが。
ここには法典に興味を持つ者などあまりいないと思っていたが。
さっきの話は冗談に決まってるだろ。で、水の上にはまだトラブルが残ってるのか？
急務があるのでしたら先にお戻りください。あなたが。
ああ、向こうも順調だといいのだが。
いいだろう。おままごとはここまでだ。フリーなどの神として 先ほどの事象が何なのかを完全に把握していることだろう。それとも、それはあくまで私の憶測に過ぎないのかな？君のその表情を見るに、私の考えが間違っているのではと疑ってしまうのだが。
何が言いたい？
この後に及んで外交的な立場で話す必要もないだろう。フォンテーヌ人の一人として言わせてもらう。予言にある内容が少しずつ現実になってきている今、それについて最も把握しているのは君だ。にもかかわらず、君はここでのんきにお茶を飲み、ケーキを楽しんでいる。まるでガーデンの中に虫が数匹迷い込んだくらいにしか考えていない。このままで本当にいいのか？予言は全ての人の頭上に吊られている剣だ。あらゆる勢力が災いを防ぐ方法や自分を救う方法を模索している。ハウス・オブ・ハースの孤児たちでさえこの故郷を救おうと尽力しているのだ。それなのに君は魔人フォカロルス。君は終始何の動きも見せない。驚くほど悠長に構えている。
違う。僕は予言を軽んじたことも悠長に構えていたこともない。今の発言を撤回しろ。神に対して勝手な憶測をするなど不敬極まりないぞ。
いや、私一人だけではない。フォンテーヌに住まうあまたの民たちが同じ疑問を抱い。水の神よ。
僕はもちろん方法を用意してる。これまでずっとそのために努力してきた。僕のことは軽視してもいいが、僕を否定する資格など君にはない。フォンテーヌは必ず救われる。今はまだどんな未来になるかは見えないけど、このまま続けていけば僕は誰にも恥じることなく胸を張れる。
ならば問おう。フリーナ殿が言う努力とは？それはどこで見られる？
僕は予言と同じく全て。
なるほど、さすがは神だ。その努力とやらが私たち凡人には見えないものだとは。では僭越ながら質問の仕方を変えさせてもらおう。フリーナ殿、開示できる部分だけを私たちに教えてもらうことはできるだろうか？例えば、そう、この災いに対する措置とか。
措置は？
その表情から察するに、まさかこれも言えないと？
措置も秘密にすべき内容だ。
では少しヒントをあげよう。君たちの油脂裁定カーディナルは一体何のためにあるものなのか。今まで蓄積してきた膨大な立証混合エネルギーは何に使うつもりだ？
油脂裁定カーディナル？それはただ見ての通り。
君もよく理解していないと、そういうことかな。私の推測が正しければ、ある計画を企てている者がいる。ただ残念ながらそれは君ではないようだ、フリーナ殿。リネが歌劇場にいた時、ほんの少し油脂機に近づいただけで大量の立証混合エネルギーが付着した。それでこのことに気づいてね。この件も君とは無関係となると、水神様ともあろうお方がまさか本当に何もしていないわけじゃないだろうね。おっと、なるほど、そういうことか。最高審判官のヌビレット殿がお茶会に出席していないのを見るに、彼はフリーナ殿に命じられて何かトラブルの処理をしているのだろう。
そうだとも。そういうことさ。このことは内密にしてくれ。
それは無論だが、最高審判官殿がそばにいないとなると、フリーナ殿もさぞかし自信を失うようだ。さて、話はここまでにしよう。まだケーキが少し残っている。 そちらの皆さんで召し上がってくれ。旅人、先日最高しパイモンも。
この僕の
礼は結構。さて、
よかろう。
旅人、もしよければ付き合ってくれて感謝する。まあ、講師はただの口実で、君たちと彼の間に何があったかなんて興味はないんだが。
やっぱりな。そうだと思ったぞ。
ハウス・オブ・ハースの子供たちを救ってくれたことだ。彼らの父として礼を言わせても。公式な場では公式な話題を、逆にそうでなければ公式な話題は避ける。メロピデ要塞から戻ってきたばかりだと聞いてる。何もそう気を張らないでくれ。君から情報を聞き出そうとしているわけじゃない。あそこにはリネット、それにフレミネがいる。私は子供たちの能力と判断を信じているからね。
あいつらすごく頑張ってたぞ。邪魔をしてくるやつには全力で抗ってな。特にリネのやつが。
リオセスリだろ。あれが手強いのは知っている。だがリネは強がりでね。他の者に頼ることをもっと学んでほしい。例えばこの私とかをね。ただの世間話だと思って答えてくれ。フリーナ殿についてどう思う？君は争いの外にいて、フォンテーヌで最も自由であり、何者にも縛られていない。私の視点から教えてやろう。
以上がこたびの審判の顛末です。皇子様は有罪判決を下された後、そのままメロピデ要塞へと応送されました。
休暇を過ごしていたはずなんだがな。これほどの面倒事を残しておいて、羞恥心というものが全くないのか？
その
まあいい。全く無意味なわけでもない。ある人物に会いに行こ
手配いたしましょうか？
う。いや、必要ない。私が直々に動く。水人フリーナ殿に会う必要がある。彼女こそフォンテーヌの中核を担う存在。しかし面白いことに、彼女は神というよりもスターに近い存在と言える。
おや、おちびちゃん、こっちにおいで。逃げた？待て！
私の目標はあくまで神の心の場所を特定すること。だがまさかフリーナ殿にこうも簡単に近づくことができるとは。あまりにあっけなさすぎて疑いたくなる。無防備であればあるほどそれは餌である可能性が高い。だが餌に手を出した人を責めることはできない。なぜなら餌は釣り針にかけられた瞬間、犠牲になる運命からもう逃れられないのだから。事実はまさに私が手を出す直前にしていた予想と同じ。水人は神の心を持っていない。それに加え彼女はどうにも神には見えない。その身には何らかの呪いの気配がある。
君は誰？何をする気だ？殺さないで、お願いだから。
この瞳に宿る恐怖は決して嘘ではない。餌ではないことがこれでほぼ確定した。彼女に手を下す意味はなくなったようだ。私は難なく現場から離れられた。誰も私を探さなかったし、ましてや私が水人フォカロルスを襲撃したと告発する者もいなかった。フリーナ殿はこの件を他人に伝える度胸すらなかったのではないだろうか。しばらくすると案の定スパイから情報が入った。フリーナ殿は邸宅に戻った後、声を抑えながらすすり泣いていたそうだ。彼女はとても怖がっており、一晩中眠ることもできず、ケーキさえも喉を通らなかったという。疑う余地もない。フリーナ殿は何か問題を抱えている。私はある一つの推測を立てた。もしかすると真の水人は彼女ではなく、最高審判官のヌビレット殿なのではないかと。私には神の心を見つける使命がある。もしその推測が正しければ、神の心はヌビレット殿のところにある可能性が高い。 それか一般人では近づくことが許されない場所に隠されているか。
お父様。
ああ、子供たちか。
メロピデ要塞から情報が届きました。講師様が失踪したとのことです。またメロピデ要塞に潜伏していた者と買収していた看守との連絡が途絶えました。
例のリオセスリという者がやったのだろう。
おそらくそうだと思います。
執行官一人の価値は往々にして高いものだ。それも想像以上にな。これでフォンテーヌ側には外交的な責任問題を突きつけられる実にいい機会を得た。水神フリーナ殿と最高審判官ヌビレット殿に会おう。面会の手配を。それからリネット、フレミネ、君たち3人にはやってもらいたいことがある。
はい。
公使タルタリアの失踪は計画外のものだったが突破口となる。こちらの正当性を訴えた後、私は計画を進めるための布石として譲歩しよう。そしてフリーナ殿とヌビレット殿に探りを入れる。流れは完全にハウス・オブ・ハースにある。メロピデ要塞の調査に私が行こうとするのはただのブラフ。本当に情報を集めるのはリネたちだ。その後のことは君も知っているはずだ。君はリネたちとも交友がある。隠すつもりはない。
お前水神を襲ったのか？
どれだけ大声で叫んでもそれが公になることはない。フリーナ殿でさえ何事もなかったかのように振る舞っているのだからな。
そうか。
私はフリーナ殿と2回お茶を飲んだ。正直フォンテーヌの上層は想像よりも複雑らしい。以前はあのヌビレット殿こそが水神だと予想していたが、今となってはそれも違う気がする。私は氷の徐行に付き従っている。神のあるべき姿を知っているんだ。だがヌビレット殿といい、フリーナ殿といい、どちらも何かが欠けている。あれが神だとは到底想像できない。これは単に私個人の感覚に過ぎないが、大半の場合感覚というのには理由がないものだ。情報を扱うものだというのに、故郷の神が誰なのかさえわからないなど実に笑える。フォンテーヌは特別だと思わないか。まだ多くのことが水面下にありながら、こうして災難が迫りつつある。フォンテーヌ人が生き延びるには、おそらく自分たちでその術を考えるしかないのだろう。結局のところ、生きていることでチャンスは訪れる。今後もし必要な時が訪れれば、君と協力関係を結ぶことだって辞さない。すぐに答えを出さなくても大丈夫だ。何せ事態はここから先まだ変わる予感がする。君の名前はよく大義と結びつくことが多い。いずれ共に手を組む日が来るはずだ。こんなに早く戻ってくるとはな。いろいろと話したいこともあるだろう。私はこれで失礼させてもらうよ。
問題は解決したのか？
ああ、現段階ではな。だが長期的に見てこの問題は非常に厄介だ。フォンテーヌがいずれ予言にある光景に直面するのではないかと憂慮に耐えない。フリーナを守ってくれたこと感謝する。簡単に言えば私が力を使ってやはり召使いが フリーナに圧力をかけたか聞こう。
お前が水人ってことはないよな。いや、適当に言ってみただけだけど。言えないのか？じゃあ他の話題にするか。別に無理に聞き出すつもりはないし。お前たちって本当変わってるよな。
そのお前たちが私とフリーナを指すとして君たちが何を想像しているかは分からぬが、私と彼女ではさまざまな点において立場が全く異なる。ああ、メロピデ要塞は歴史が長い。あそこには数多くの苦しみと痛みが存在する。そして今災難が訪れようとしている。なんと嘆かわしいことか。
なんで急に雨が？
おそらく君の思った通りだろう。
なんだ水？
そう驚かないでくれ。フリーナ。
聞こえてるか？
ああ、すまない。
オイラたち当てずっぽうで行ったんだけど、まさか当たってたのか？なんか言ってくれよ。
君たちの推測は正しい。だがどうか内密にしてくれると助かる。
おお、任せろ。絶対に誰にも言わないぜ。でも実はまだ一つ聞きたいことがあるんだ。
ああ、言ってみるといい。
お前は水元素の竜王としてメロピデ要塞の大海の水を押しのけたんだよな。フォンテーヌの予言も海水と関係があるんなら、お前の力でその危機を解決できないのか？
現在私を含む全ての元素竜は完全な状態ではない。話によると最古の戦士がテイワットに降臨した際、竜の力を一部奪ったという。今の七神の権能はその奪った力によるものだ。
竜には7つの元素があって、神にも7つの元素がある。
あの時代を経験した先代の水の竜王ははるか昔に見まかられた。私はその後継者だが、それら古き歴史についてはあまり知らないのだ。神の消失によって元素を操る権能が変換される。そのようなことが起こらない限り私も何もできないだろう。現状からして他の方法で予言に対抗することをお勧めしよ
お前でも解決できないってことか。
う。ところで私はこれから少し急ぎの用事を片付けなければならない。もしまだ聞きたいことがあるのならまた別の機会を見つけてそれらにまつわる古い話を語ろう。
おいらたちもちょうど行きたい場所があるんだ。旅人、メロピデ要塞に戻ろうぜ。おいらちょっと、じゃあまた今度な。
ああ、達者でな。
ジュリエ、看護師長から聞いたけど、お昼ご飯を食べてないんですって？もう、いくら忙しい。ジュリエ、ルールビー。
なあ、ここ最近はかなり。
お前たちはまだ医務室の秘密通路の先にある。ええ。
医務室が
あなたがよく。
君だってしょっちゅう。
お前たち、船作りなんか口実でありえない。
Let's move out.
Traveler, are you still doing all right? Did either of you... We're fine, but what about you guys? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's... Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervalet know that? Well, Miss Sure, Nervu, I ran into the... If you're not... Just let me know if you get a crit. I'd like to take the up.
Let's move out.
You guys are back?
Crystal!
You guys...
Huh?
And here I thought...
All right.
Hey, it was...
I was also whenever he'd say...
Hey, there's...
These two. They sure are a lot warmer.
Oh, well, if you say so.
I'll never get a handle on all this. I'll never get a handle on all this paperwork.
Let's move out. bond is strong. Dissipate.
Now get. Well, look who it is.
Traveler.
Looks like you're.
Oh, right.
Whoa.
She
didn't want to stress you.
Yeah.
Okay, but check the.
You meant thought?
She said a few things that were.
Her attitude towards you, you should believe.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she.
That does sound like something that. Hey!
Are you going?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent.
For real?
Another in well. No.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine for the most part.
If that's that's the case, why?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping.
He should.
Miss Cloran has...
Where the
Nervalette got them. Well, it's Oh, and I have some...
Are these
Nope. You've already wrapped up your work at the...
for real? Then we could stay here for.
You may... Just remember to...
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prison. Sure feels that. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! It's like, there are so many bad things in the world. You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer? Then let's ask Catherine to give... just our thoughts. But the last time we fell... We should be safe now, right? Alright then. Good night to you, Traveler.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from? Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Oh. Oh. Oh, or not.
It's a nice day, but I can't seem to shake this strange feeling. Let's just hope it's my imagination.
Our bond is strong! Lightning, let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. Huh? I let my guard down.
Everyone hold hands. Covenant of the Deep.
Dissipate! Out of my way! Witness the power of Guhua. Rain outlines your...
I see everything. Yeah. The Temple of Wisdom. Hey. Torrents, bring refuge. Allow me.
Stand with me, Lightning. Sure, Huh? Let me weave you a verse.
Covenant of the Deep. Hold the line. Let's move out. Let's move out. Make yourselves at home.
Our bond is strong. Rain outlines your fate. I'll settle this. Yeah. Time to act.
Allow me. Torrents, bring refuge.
Come with me.
Temple of Wisdom. Everyone hold hands.
Power that ended Haishan! Our bond is strong! Out of my way!
Let's move.
Stand with me! I'll settle this!
Sharing my knowledge. I see everything. Yeah, this might hurt a little. Rest and rebuild. Billowing surge. Yeah. A brash maneuver. We should make the most of these supplies. Provisions are vital. Let's move out. Dissipate.
Eyes on me!
Everyone hold hands. I see everything. Torrents, bring refuge! Hold the line! Make yourselves at home!
Lightning Purify! Our bond is strong! Power that ended Haishan!
Everyone hold hands! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
with me!
Hey! Share my knowledge!
Out of my way!
Allow me! Billowing surge! Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Dissipate!
Eyes on me!
Everyone hold in! Ka! Ka! Huh! Huh! Ha! Ha! Let's move out.
Stand with me!
The Temple of Wisdom! Hey! Covenant of the Deep! Hold the line!
I'll settle this! Power that ended Haishan!
I see everything! Huh. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Our bond is strong!
Yeah! Yeah! Share my knowledge! Hey!
Lightning, purify! To ashes!
Billowing surge! Let's move out.
Our bond is strong! Power that ended high!
I see everything. Hey!
I'll settle this!
The Temple of Wisdom! Yeah, everyone hold hands! Covenant of the Deep!
To ashes!
I see everything!
Out of my way!
Make yourselves at home!
Stand with me! Power that ended Haishan!
Torrents, bring refuge!
Our bond is strong!
Hey! Allow me!
I'll settle this!
Yeah! I wonder who this gift could be from. office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a...
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to...
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah.
Why not? If I say...
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Ooh, so...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. From what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be... Just think about it. If this nation... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do... But anyway...
That's... so... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine... No, Paimon... We've always been moving to the next destination. You mean... still traveling? Huh. Feel feels like it'll grow mold if you... But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of it. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching up loudly, and before the crowd continued.
So people have...
I agree.
So what happened?
Seeing that the Maréchaussée fan...
So...
That's right. That said, I don't think there's good.
Don't worry.
Is that...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know for... And as we all... When Nervalet was... It would be hard... Paimon thinks Farina's probably... Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, there's... This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so... Give up. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. Farina.
What do you mean, tears? Who did that they even dare to tout their Archon? I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Maréchaussée
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? That's against...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to... This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. And the give up. I do love the sound of that, indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalors, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalors, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean
The ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first. I didn't think this is the first time. A Fatul. The fortress of Meripede was almost according to Monsieur Nervilette. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navi. The words of someone as extraordinary as. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that's... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come, just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your instead.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides,
Everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she—
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone! Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar! I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved! Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me!
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough! Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up. That doesn't sound right. That... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
What?
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the Griffin still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid! The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. and make sense of it. But then it feels...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also fall? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given... However, while you were able to decode all the... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin.
That was way too close!
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to... And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make it...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we... Anyway, now that we know that this...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off toward...
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to...
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspective, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
So, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my... All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalors. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must...
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk? What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is. If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Billowing surge! Hold the line! Uphill battle! Let's move out. This way! Sharing my knowledge!
Lightning, purify! Our bond is eyes on me!
Allow me! Torrents, bring refuge!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Rest and rebuild!
I'll settle this. Power that ended Hypedon!
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. Covenants of the Deep.
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with it.
Mirror Me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, it will. And that is what...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there. As for the suffering, well, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play. That's right. You must be. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
But how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you all remember. Your true challenge will not.
I'm still not sure I understand. So, how long am I going to...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage, but I promise you, all will eventually end.
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. But as the god Focalor, the god of justice, once again, thank you all for coming. If you I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Myrmie said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my dear people. Whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the...
They'll...
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
terrible. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside you are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feel.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to... We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me meet the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. Come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution.
we're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. But considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Hold the line!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
The Temple of Wisdom!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Our bond is strong.
Torrance, bring refuge! Hold the line! Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Ashes. I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Allow me! Covenants of the Deep!
Uphill battle. Stand with me.
Hold the line!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I'd thought. What a blunder.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assume his name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I...
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine part of the Hex...
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a simple...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a vision...
Actually, never mind that. I bet that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface, in other words, the prophecy that you've been...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here! All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong!
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. Our old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Skyship Winglet. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Ed, people always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's ID, the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Well, Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct...
Are you...
Oh, this time we'll be...
Navia! Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a...
I'm here to update myself on how things are...
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. Our residents are hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last... But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be...
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina...
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before...
Forget it. I'm sure you can...
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And fresh... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty... Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked.
That's a very complete.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear any.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed.
Now, I might not look it, but I at the boat that brought us still, if I might. Looks like.
I have to apologize, but that ship is
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps.
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Well, then, 2 solo.
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to...
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't... Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fun.
Other than that flying ship, I got attacked.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should...
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the...
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not...
He sure did what...
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the...
Oh!
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal. Trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine social.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte's...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid.
Well, that's true.
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this, though.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did it.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the gnosis back?
That is our duty as Harbinger. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met. I guess this must be life. We will... All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neuvillette's doing? Of course. The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalors destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally made...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him. As for the judgment passed by whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere... Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend...
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened. She simply said that having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House.
But she...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not walk. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon.
What about you then? What are your plans?
After Focalor passed on, this matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty... As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith. Wait, but the various mechs and machines...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Wow. This ancient...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone law. Natlan is also the nation of war. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his...
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough...
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards... We guessed that there might be some...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's in... So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon. Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring... I can finally catch the scent of your It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you...
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her... But I fear I have never heard of it described.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are... Regardless, you should probably get rid of to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my...
This third descender you refer to, who are...
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He...
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces, huh?
All the same, assuming that there was no...
And she said that it would bring misfortune.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary... I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, I wonder.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses.
All right. Whatever.
Yes,
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were life flows, and what ultimate...
Commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being a...
It's actually, we do in fact have a
don't worry.
to put it simply, but the troop has... That's right, there are only a few...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have...
If you're interested in helping, maybe you can't fill the role yourselves.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? Paimon approved. Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah. The leading late, the show just won't be the same with.
Got it. We have what?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who? That's how you know she's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Furina might feel a bit out of place. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Furina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Furina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! When did you get here?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Furina. Back in a jiffy.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. Two heads are better than one.
There'll be an extra fee for the time itself. These are something about it.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Time itself. There'll be an extra fee for it.
You're right.
I'll think about it.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Time itself is a silent song.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Time itself is a silent song.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Time itself is a silent song.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that.
I'll think about it.
Uh-huh, yep, you're
Time
right.
itself is a silent song.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
I'll think about it. Time itself is a silent song.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Think about it. Time itself is a silent song.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Time itself is a silent song.
Exactly! But none of them believed me!
There'll be an extra fee for that. Time itself
Uh-huh,
is a
yep,
silent
you're
song.
right.
I'll think about it.
Talk to the Electro Archon whenever you are troubled.
What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
Talk to the Electro Archon.
Protection of the Electro.
See that
May
he
the
stays
blossoms
safe.
of the sacred Sakura bloom eternally.
Curiosity deserves a reward.
Power that ended Haishan!
Allow me! Torrent, bring refuge! Provisions are vital.
Our bond is strong. Lightning? Eyes on me!
Covenant of the Deep! Hold the line! The Temple of Wisdom! This might hurt a little.
Stand with me! I'll settle this!
Torrent, bring refuge!
Winter shall eventually come.
Provisions are vital. I see everything.
Dissipate!
Make yourselves at home.
To ashes!
Rest and rebuild. Hey! Committed to memory.
Stand with me! Lightning, purify!
Billowing surge! We should make the most of these supplies. Let's move out. I see everything.
Our bond is strong! Out of my way! Eyes on me!
Hold the line. The Temple of Wisdom. This may hurt a little.
I'll settle this!
Committed to memory. This may hurt a... Covenant of the Deep. Allow me.
Belongs to ice and dissipate! Power that ended height!
Rest and rebuild. Billowing surge. Let's move out. I see everything.
Eyes on me!
Torrance, bring refuge!
Hey! Hold the line!
Out of my way!
Committed to memory. Let's move out.
Stand with me!
Grow, grow, grow! Allow me! Hold the line!
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Sharing my knowledge!
Power that ended Haishan!
Covenants of the Deep! Allow me!
Stand with me!
This might hurt a little. Committed to memory. Rest and rebuild.
Lightning Sheriff! Dissipate!
This might hurt a little.
To ashes!
Hold the line.
Torrance, bring refuge!
Stand with me! Sorry for the trouble. Not bad.
Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Help! Rest and rebuild.
Take care of. the king.
hurt a little. Commit it to memory.
Power that ended Haishan!
Covenants of the Deep! Allow me! Let's move out. Grow, grow, grow! This might hurt a little. Yeah. Everyone hold hands. Rest and rebuild. Billowing surge. Huh? Make yourselves at home. I'm seeing stars.
To ashes!
Grow, grow, grow. Allow me.
A brash maneuver!
I see everything. Covenants of the Deep. Hold the line. Everyone hold hands.
Eyes on me!
Dissipate. Allow me.
Out of my way!
The Temple of Wisdom. Billowing surge. Uphill battle. Let's move out.
I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Committed
to ashes.
Rest and rebuild. Covenants of the Deep. Sharing my knowledge. Grow, grow, grow. Hold the line.
Lightning, purify! Did... I have an intermediate. If you ever want to trade tactics.
Hey! This might hurt a little.
Dissipate! Power that ended height!
Billowing surge! Allow me! Let's move out.
Stand with me!
Hold the line. Let's move out. Let's move out.
Dissipate! I'll settle this! To ashes!
Torrent, bring refuge! Allow me!
Stand with me!
The Temple of Wisdom! Grow, grow, grow!
Lightning purified!
Covenant of the Deep! Uphill battle!
Power that ended hot! Our bond is strong!
Let's move out. Hold the line.
Out of my way!
Share my knowledge. This might hurt a little.
Dissipate! To ashes!
Torrents, bring refuge! Grow, grow!
Our bond is strong!
Make yourselves at home. Committed to memory.
I'll settle this!
Billowing surge! Rust and rebuild!
with me. Eyes on me!
Hold the line! If you're not sure what to do, everything. Hey,
Our bond is strong. Lightning, here!
hold the.
Torrents, bring refuge!
Sharing my knowledge.
Power that ended Haishan!
Huh, where have you been hiding?
What's one more?
I see everything.
That won't work.
Grow.
Dissipate! Stop right there! Out of...
Covenant of the Deep. Allow me. Let's move up.
Eyes on me! I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Billowing surge.
foolish maneuver!
Hey!
Dissipate!
The Temple of Wisdom!
To ashes! Out of my way! Stand with me! Torrent, bring refuge!
Hold the line!
Uphill battle!
I see everything!
Power that ended Haishan! Billowing surge!
This is it.
If you ever want...
Hey! Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
I'll settle this. Dissipate. To ashes!
Rest and rebuild.
Torrents, bring refuge!
This might hurt a little. Grow, grow, grow!
Lightning purified! Power that ended hype!
Hold the line! Covenant of the Deep! move out. Let's move out. Everyone hold hands.
Well met.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Out of my way! To ashes!
Rest and rebuild. Torrents, bring refuge. Let's move out. Committed to memory. The insolent shall be punished.
I'll settle this. Stand with me.
Make yourselves at home. I've seen scars.
Eyes on me! Our bond is strong.
Sorry for the trouble. New strategy needed.
Our bond is strong.
Rest and rebuild! I see everything!
Dissipate! Power that ended Haishan!
Hold the line. The Temple of Wisdom. Hey. Let's move out.
Out of my way! Eyes on me!
Allow me. Torrent, bring refuge. Everyone hold hands.
Stand with me!
Rest and rebuild.
I'll settle this.
Share my knowledge. Grow, grow, grow.
To ashes! Dissipate!
This may hurt a little. Allow me. Billowing surge.
Winter, shall the adventure come?
Let's move out. We should make the most of these supplies. Hey!
Stand out of my way!
I see everything. Make yourselves at home. Hold the line. Torrent, bring refuge. Uphill battle. Committed to memory.
Eyes on me! I'll settle this. Dissipate!
Allow me. The Temple of Wisdom. This may hurt a little.
Power that ended high!
Billowing surge. Rest and rebuild. Let's move out.
Lightning Purify!
Grow, committed to memory, sharing my knowledge.
Our bond is strong.
Covenant of the Deep. Everyone hold hands. This way, turn.
To ashes! I'll settle this. Dissipate! Torrents, bring refuge!
Let's move out. Let's move out. Let's move out. Hey! Make yourselves at home.
Eyes on me! Our bond is strong.
Grow. This way, Turtle. Stop fighting.
Out of my way! Dissipate!
Billowing surge. Allow me.
To ashes!
Sharing my knowledge. Hold the line. Covenant of the Deep. Let's move out.
Belongs to ice and snow.
Let's move out. Marching in the rain conceals the sound of our arrival, but is also a test of stamina. Allow me! A brash maneuver! Committed to memory!
Power that ended Hyson! I'll settle this!
This might hurt a little. Yeah. Yeah. The Temple of Wisdom.
To ashes!
Torrents, bring refuge. So this is the thrill of adventure. Grow! Committed to memory!
Power that ended Hyson! Out of my way!
Rest and rebuild! I see everything!
Off we go! Huh? Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's... Rain cutter!
This might hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom!
Huh?
Rest and rebuild!
Huh?
Committed to memory!
I'm going in! Yeah, let's light it up! Let me weave you a verse.
Grow! Torrents, bring refuge! Allow me! Committed to memory! Yeah! Yeah! Grow! if you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you